Okay. Hopefully all the tools are prepped. Hopefully everything's how it needs to be. Hopefully we don't run into too many technical problems while trying to paint this thing. Because we've got a lot of layers to work on here. Let me get this glove on. Rubber glove. But yeah. Like I've said, I really... I want to paint anything but an actual demon prince for my demon princes. So... we got the base finally in, glued it all together. We got things to work on. We got things to do. Originally, we were planning on doing subassembly, where the little peacocking stuff here was gonna be off to the side, but I think I want to paint it flesh as like the, hey, by the way, just a reminder, all this is just stretched flesh over some spines. What's up, Deherminator? So we gotta get into it. We gotta get the white primer on. Thankfully we use Stynylrez. I'm realizing there's pretty big advantage in like this kind of primer and streaming. Because I've noticed that a lot of primers my friends use, it takes like a lot of time to let it set. Whereas Stynylrez is just like, yo, you got 5 minutes? I got you, bro. The problem is it's going to be white primer, and white primer, no matter what, has always been bad. It's always been annoying. But yeah, Halloween model. Now I'm gonna try not to overspray. I mean, I'm gonna have to turn down the frickin' f-stop on the camera. Give me a second. Because this is about to get way too bright. Wish I had a primer that I could just like dunk stuff into, right? Like it wouldn't come out too thick or something. You could just like put it into a bucket. Pull it out, give it like 10 minutes. And then you've got perfect coverage. No, yeah, priming's always that moment of like, you know, you've started the story. Like building probably should feel that way, but it never really does for me. Building always feels like the mechanical component at the top. But when you hit something with primer, you're basically just like, I am painting this. You know, you're already taking that step past where the average person who plays the game goes, where they build their stuff and they're like, I don't want to paint anything. So they don't even prime it. But then you're out here actually priming stuff, and it's that it's like, it's the promise, right? Like it's kind of you being like, we got this, dude. Although I will say, if you ever want to feel annoyed... Oh, no. When I prime, I already have a plan. Blank canvas doesn't really bother me. We've already got the plan of where to go next. I mean, this is my Emperor's Children paint scheme. So they all have the same starting point. It makes it a lot easier. But yeah, if you ever want to be annoyed priming anything, gray primer. I've done gray primer before. And I gotta say, I've never been more annoyed in my life. Because you'll hit something and you'll be like, is it there? And you gotta really get in close. Be like, is it actually covering? Is it coming out of my airbrush? What's happening? Oh. Sorry. Had to sneeze. Oh my god. Little backstory. I won a kill team tournament, and that's where this model comes from. So what I've been wanting to do, because Stynylrez does come in more than just your basic gray, white, black. I've wanted to purchase either like a purple or a blue primer from them. That way I could do blue as a primer. Like if they have a light enough blue, it would work. And then use zenithal white, and then you have the blue already on as like your shadow tones. That way when you're painting over top of it, the blue plays in. That was always kind of like a, man, I wish I could pre-plan for this. Kind of a moment. Because then you can either hit it zenithal with white primer, or you can hit it zenithal with white ink. And you're good. Ooh. let some of it dry. And then see where the missing areas are. Because I feel like a lot of the back caping is going to need a second hit. You painting Tau though? What you doing? What's the scheme? Doing anything fun with them? A little offbeat. You're going classic beige. Tau beige. I feel like that's always the thing. Tau players and Tau painters are always that, like, I feel like they're 50-50, right? Like they're either we're going to show you like kind of that basic earth tone Tau or like simple dark paints kind of situation with Tau, and that's it. Just like anything else, right? Like just like pretty much just the Xenos color scheme variant of an Imperial Guard color scheme or something. Or you're fighting extremely bright pink frickin' Tau across the field. Like, what the hell is happening here? Blue base, red detail. I could see that. It's already dry in a lot of areas, but I gotta let it rip for a little bit. So the series of events here, for those who are unfamiliar with my Emperor's Children paint scheme, is we use a fluorescent pink, kind of like all over the base and up into the character. We then... oh no, where did I put it? Where did I put it? Uh-oh. I'm pretty sure I saw it. We go cobalt afterwards. I'm pretty sure I pulled the cobalt out. I could have swore I pulled the cobalt out. Like, I saw I had two, which was important because one of them was pretty much running out. This is the one that was running out. That's not good. Because normally what we do after the bright pink is we apply cobalt, but we apply it above a certain eye line and at a slight angle down. That way the pink feels like it's glowing up from underneath. And then the cobalt is kind of the transitional color between the pink and then the main colors. Normally where we go from there is with my Emperor's Children, you usually apply like a white into a fluorescent purple. That way the armor and stuff up top is like this really nice, bright, flat purple. But this doesn't really have armor. So we're taking it a different direction where I'm going to be applying from like a below situation, I think. No. So we're going to be picking basically. We have a light magenta and a light phthalo blue. And we're going to try to like under zenithal and over zenithal one of these. I think we'll under zenithal the magenta and over zenithal the blue. And then on the back flesh, this little like arc here, the little like peacocking like stretched fleshed situation, around the top component I'm gonna lightly hit it with dioxin purple, and this is all for undercolor, because once that's all down we go over it with Titan Mars Pale, which is a flesh tone. So it'll be undercolored blue, magenta, and purple, which is kind of bruise looking. It should be like a bruise color around the outer part of the flesh. That way you have like a really intricate and interesting looking flesh tone, because this is a very fleshy character. After the fact, you of course will be going in with so flat paints and stuff to pick out like the gold chaining, the gemstoning, which will probably end up being like a fluorescent green. The horns, which will end up being like a blue-black situation. Hair will probably end up being a phthalo blue to white situation, kind of like a platinum blonde. It's still wet, so I can't really get into it yet. So like we have a plan. Just need to execute on said plan. Oh, let's take a look at your Tau. Yeah, I could see it. The blue with red, yeah. Pretty decent, pretty decent. If you're looking to do shader on this to try to like get the recesses and stuff going, highly suggest a purple shader, because the purple will look nice against the red and the blue. So you could just do like an overall, get a spray bottle and a purple shader situation, water down some purple shader and just hit it. It'll go into like the armor recesses and stuff, the gun details. I painted my buddies. I painted my buddies' Pathfinders. They are like a night color scheme. It was like a dark blue to a light blue, and then I went over a lot of components on them, like the eye lenses, some of like the gun barrels, things that looked like power supplies and stuff. I hit those with like fluorescent orange. So they have this like night fight feel with just really bright oranges, and then when you blacklight them up, they look friggin' cyberpunk as hell. So it's pretty nice. Pretty nice. But yeah, pretty good. Playing Pathfinders for Kill Team? I know what. I mean, if you're not playing competitive, it's perfectly fine. But Pathfinders are on the chopping block for the season ones that are about to go away. I'm still trying to debate, because there's another tournament. There's another tournament coming up. And I don't want to do Mandrakes again, because I'm not going to lie, I felt kind of bad. My Mandrakes what they ended up like being able to do in that tournament, the first one, was pretty brutal. And I feel like I'd be in the same situation. So I kind of want to not do that again. I don't know what to play though. I have so many different teams, and I was debating. Honestly, I was debating Hearthkin Salvagers, but then I tried them. I got in a practice game with them, and I don't like them. There's not enough. They don't feel good to play at all. No, yeah, stealth suits look cool. I want to get the Raptors. I actually want to run Raptors as a kill team. I think that'd be cool. I was looking to get physical Raptors because after this, I was planning on us doing streams of me converting modern Raptors or like current Raptors into the new Raptors because there's barely any changes. I mean, there's definitely model changes from what I saw. The legs are in different positions comparatively. I think the leg armor might be a little bit longer. So there's cool little side things, and of course there's the parts that are completely different, like the big two-handed weapons, and you got the person who has like Zangor legs basically and like weird arms and bony fleshy wings coming out of his jetpack, and like that's cool. I have the parts for that. We could easily green stuff things to look like it, so I was planning on us doing that. But the store near me that originally had a bunch of boxes of Raptors for like $30 each didn't have any Raptors. So here we are. Someone, I guess the announcement happened and then people went to the store and bought them out. Because you technically, considering it's a 6-person team, it looks like, and a box of Raptors is 5 people. So you either need a box of Raptors and a jump pack Chaos Lord, or you can get 2 boxes of Raptors and have like alternates, which is what I was planning on doing. I was planning on doing the 2 boxes of Raptors. We were going to assume that the Raptor with the medium weapon could either be like a Melta or a Flamer. I was going to go that route. I was considering that there's probably the Warrior variant, which is just a pistol and some kind of close combat weapon. I think you only get 1 Warp Talon, it looks like. The ones that have the big lightning claws. Looked like a single person with a heavy weapon. Like, let's look at it. Let's look at the Raptor kill team. So yeah, easy enough. You get one of these in the box. Kind of a little bit harder, but I think the Chaos like Lord, the jump pack Lord comes with this. But you could always just like make something cool. I mean, I've got so many AOS parts that I could have a really cool Raptor with like a big spear with like a swirly blade and stuff. It would be really nice. Shrieker, it's just this, like these, which, to my understanding, in the box of Raptors, you do get a bunch of these. So one of these on the Huntsman, one of them on the Shrieker to symbolize like who that is. Looks like the shoulder pad might be the difference too, which I think they have. If not, I have Emperor's Children's shoulder pads that look kind of like this. Skyseer, which has a Melta. I'm assuming... Okay, this might be a problem, though. Skyseer. They might not have anything other than a Melta. You might only have the Melta as an option and not a Flamer. The Depredator? Okay, this is a dumb name. Depredator. This is so dumb. It's just a giant chain axe, easy enough. I've got a lot of giant chain... I have bunch of giant axe parts. So there's ways of doing the trim that you can get around stuff. So my Thousand Suns, I would pick the trim color. That's what they would get primed as. Then the panels would get painted, whatever colors you wanted to go. That way you never have to paint trim. You kind of just like water down the paint a little bit. You thin it a little bit. Put it on a liner brush, and then you put it into the panel, and it kind of like fills the panel out. Like, hang on, let me show you. This was all painted gold at first. And then you basically just take the color that you really want the panels to be and you put it in the panel. And then if it ever touches the trim, you just clean the trim. But yeah, I get an AOS axe or like a really big AOS sword, and there you go. And then again, these little offshoots, which already exist in the current box. This is the one we would have to modify, because these are demon components. I have a lot of chaos spawn parts, because they give you like 1,000,000 chaos spawn parts. This wouldn't be hard. This would be perfectly fine for a Curse Claw. Looks like standard Raptor is just pistol and that, and Warp Talon is the claws. The question is, can I choose... Oh, wait, you get a Chaos Lord on top of it? Wait a second. Oh, geez. Is this a double HQ? Because you have a champion. You get a champion, and you get a Chaos Lord? I wonder if this is going to be a situation where you can take the Chaos Lord instead of the champion, and then you have a 5-man team instead of a 6. That could be interesting. I wonder if the Warp Talons are just as interchangeable as the Raptors. This is why I really wish they would at least let you know the building of the squad before. Like, even if they're not going to tell you the rules. If they could be like, yeah, you could either take Warp Talons or Raptors. That way I'd have like 2 or 3 Warp Talons and 2 or 3 Raptors on hand. Because standard troop units are actually pretty good. Like, almost every team in the current kill team setup, their warriors, like, you kind of want to use them. That was a thing with the Hearthkin. I didn't use warriors, and by the end of it, I was like, oh, if I had warriors sitting on objectives just reducing damage they were taking, that'd be great. It'd be very hard for my opponent to kill them, and then my specialists could take advantage. What's going to be the difference? I guess it's just the armor. Like, it's got to be like the face mask, the shoulder, and then these plates make it the Shrieker. Because this is just a chainsword, and this is just a pistol. Which is just a Raptor. I am intrigued, though. And this blows my mind. I did not know this. Like... This is kill team. Why is there a Chaos Lord on a kill team? Or is that going to be like, am I going to buy it, build it, and then find out that that's for like an NPO mission where the enemy's going to fight a Chaos Lord? Thanks for building the thing you can't use on the team. Let's try and infer some stuff here, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5 Raptors in this picture with a Chaos Lord. Maybe it is a 5-man with a Chaos Lord versus a 6 with a champion, because there's no champion involved. Granted, this is just people putting stuff on a board to be like, doesn't this look cool? It's not necessarily... doesn't mean anything. . probably don't need to build too many warriors. Because specialist-wise, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have at the very least 5 specialists. So even if you go champion, if the champion is what lets you go 6-man, like, you have all specialists. Maybe in a situation where you're fighting a horde, the Skyseer might not be worth it unless they let you take a flamer. Man, so much left in the air. So much unknown. And this is the team that's coming out after whatever the current announced one was, because they had that team in the middle, which I think was the one they just announced, right? Because it was Tomb World, which we just got. Shadowhunt is after a middle one, and the middle one was just announced, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Pathfinder one. Wolf Scouts. Or the stealth suits, rather. So we got to get stealth suits and Space Wolves before we get my Raptors. Which makes me a little sad. Wish I had my access. Alright, let's see. Ugh. This is all still wet. Specifically in the flat plate. Like, this is done. These are dry. Wet here, wet here. It's starting to pull up in some spots. Let me push it around with some air. So you could technically do Legionary because the Hunter Clade. No, not the what am I? The Nemesis Claw. There's the word. Jesus. The Nemesis Claw are so insanely close to them in terms of models and specialists that you can just play them as Nemesis Claw if you really want. About the next what? The next season? The next... I don't work for Games Workshop. A lot of my peers have been given unadulterated access to information now. I think Mountainside is working directly with the Warhammer community stuff now. They get stuff early, it looks like. My efforts have gone unnoticed. I have zero information. I want to say Glass Half Dead has connections, but I think he might just know a store that gives him stuff early. That they get in stuff early. Which is pretty pog. There's a store near me that's basically given up caring about 40K, which that's more on them than anything else. It's not like a statement of the local community. It's just the ownership that currently runs that store. They're a little weird. So they looked at their books and they realized that one of their best money makers is Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, stuff like that, right? Oh, the Raptor team? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you did not know about the next one. Okay. But yeah, you could play Nemesis Claw, though. But yeah, the local store near me, like, they looked at their books, they found out Pokemon cards, Magic cards, Yu-Gi-Oh! That's like what pays their rent. So that's what they focus on now. But the thing is, they didn't, by focusing on it, they didn't really change the speed at which they sell it. It's more that they stopped caring about the side things that they sell, which basically killed the communities in the area that wanted to buy those things for like the immediate area around them. Because like no one wants to go to that store for $40K that much anymore. Because they don't really buy the stuff. They don't get it in. They don't show it off. They don't have events for it. They don't do any of that. They just moved away from it. But they still like kind of purchase some of the things. But then they don't push for sales of it. And instead just hyper focus on the card games. But like they're still making what they would normally make without effort for the card games. But they could be making more by then putting in a little effort in any other direction. And they just don't. And I don't understand it. They could be making so much more money as a store if they were like, yo, we have events for $40K. You know, get in here. Come to our beginner event. Stuff like that. Like, there's so many stores within an hour of here that are starting to do that, and they're all doing really well. Because they also sell cards, so the cards are selling as they would. And then they're growing 40K communities, which this is not a cheap hobby. But the last I checked, the markup for storefronts of selling these things is actually not the worst. It's such a weird concept to me to just be like, we don't want to deal with it. We don't want to make more money. We just want to sit at the front of the store, watch retro video games, and do nothing else. Like, that's what they do. Every time I walk through that door, you can see their POS system. And every single time you walk in, they're watching a YouTuber play, like, old Mario. Or, like, a really obscure NES game. That's all they do. All day long. They just sit there watching that stuff. And you're like, God damn, bro. You could be making a flyer. You could be deciding whether or not you want to try to grow like an AOS community. Like, what's happening? Got a pretty sizable collection of Mech Warrior in the back. Start a Mech Warrior community. Could do some of that, man. Yep, you gotta get the GW plastic to do a GW event. That's why I've been mostly focusing on it. Because I know the whole, like, oh, I get it 3D printed. It's like a quarter of the cost. It's like, yeah, I kind of want to go to events though. So that I like from the beginning, I always put in for standard GW plastic over 3D print stuff. I have been hearing rumblings of War Machine coming back. Like, it's already out, and they've already sort of established their system that they want to, like, work within. But I'm starting to hear rumblings of, like, getting back into storefronts. Which was kind of a cool idea before. Like, they were the direct competitor for Games Workshop for a while there. Even though they were still small, they were coming up pretty quickly. I mean, being ex-GW employees really helps with that. But after everything, the falling outs, the selling off of the brand to another company that actually doesn't do bad getting their stuff in storefronts. seems like it could make a decent swing to try to come back again, which would be good. I know with a lot of people who talk about like GW's pricing and constant increases and stuff and the way stuff works with them, they don't have competition. The only real competition they have is with like tabletop World War II or Civil War or whatever, like reproduction groups. But those groups are extremely niche because of a lot of the rules within them. Like, my buddy tried to play one of the Warhammer 2, or, yeah, the World of, Jesus, the World War II tabletop simulation games, but when he found out he couldn't go to events because the stuff he had in his army wasn't painted exactly to specification. Like, you're supposed to have historic reason why your characters are painted the way they are. Like, oh, that tiger print pattern on that tank is that way because this is the specific legion from this army that has that, like, during World War II, and here's the information about them and, like, what they did and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, all right. It's really weird that you need that, but okay. You gonna get the tank busters? Tank busters look fun. I'm a little sad I didn't buy them. But tank busters seem fun. Oh, this is still wet. It's gonna take a while for the fabric to dry, I think. Everything else is dry, but we got to start with the pink at the bottom. I'm hoping I have enough cobalt. I could have swore I pulled another cobalt out, though. Like, I remember picking one out, putting it on my table, and then seeing the other one that was empty and throwing it away. This is the one that was almost empty that I threw because I figured it was fine, but now I'm not seeing my other cobalt. And I'm very confused. Have you played them? Because from what I understand, the Rekka crew, like, they kind of kill their own units, which is kind of funny. It's a little funny. I mean, that's what you expect out of orcs, though. Like, with chaos, you expect them to take damage to get power. With orcs, you expect them to lose a character, but then, like, kill 2 characters on the enemy team. I still don't know what to play, man. If I go to this next tournament, I don't want to do mandrakes. So I have higher tech. I don't really want a higher tech. I have Phobos, which could be cool because I have a lot. Like, I have everything for Phobos. I have a full, like, what is it? It's 3 factions, 6 people each. Some of it's, I think, magnetized, where I could change some of the weapons. I think, or was that angels that I magnetized? But it's 3 squads at 6 people each, including 1 squad that only has 2 specialists, and then I did like 3 warriors. And then I did a little bit extra on the Reaver side, because I wanted to take some gunner Reavers as well as some on-foot Reavers, like melee Reavers. So 12, 18, I have about 20 Phobos operatives that I can create teams out of. I have the breachers. I don't think they're that good though. They kind of buffed them a lot, but I don't know if it's enough. Of course, I have Legionary, which also means I could go Nemesis Claw. I have Chaos Cult. Part of me does want to try Chaos Cult. I've played them a few times. I played them a lot back in the old edition, but in the new edition, I think I've played them once. So you get your demagogue that has the ability to get someone to do something, like a free fight action or a charge dash that can only be 3 inches, you know, whatever. She can't do the thing where she allows someone to mutate. They got rid of that from her. That was way too powerful. Blessed Blades are awesome. They have the pseudo 2GA, but they can activate in any sequence. So you'll have both of them as long as they start within 6 inches of each other. You could charge with one, charge with the next, and then fight with one, and then fight with the next. So they're hitting on 3s with a 4/6 lethal 5, like decent blade, due to the whole like both of them in combat at the same time. It's a lot of damage. You'll probably lose 1 on the first go, though. Although I think there's an ability where you can negate the first damage still. That used to be the case. But we'll see if it's still the case. Iconarch is always good. He's got a really good flamer. A 4/4 flamer is nothing to laugh at. Saturate Torrent 2. 4/4. Short range, though. I think... No, they didn't get rid of it. Good. He still has that ability to call a buff that he's going to have until his next activation, which is really good. Normal crit damage of 4 or more inflicts 1 less for incoming. Whenever an enemy operative is within 4 inches of operative normal, and critical damage inflicts 1 more damage. So you try to run up on someone within 4 inches of you and you flamer them for like 4/5 or no 5/5 with a flamethrower. So brutal, man. Mind Witch is still just an incredible, like, lethal 3 up, dev 2 with decent abilities from what I remember. The APL reduction on something it can see as a valid target, and then the Vortex that just does mortals. Yeah, it does mortals to everyone near it when it gets dropped and then in the ready step. So the trick is to always have this person go last. Drop the Vortex near some people. That way they all take a mortal and then an immediate other mortal in the next turn. He's so obnoxious, especially into 8 health teams. Doing that into an 8 health team the first 2 turns is a great way to make everyone on the enemy side just not have a good time. Standard devotees with their group activations. Mutants with their regen. Just unnatural regeneration is just new feel, no pain. How does this work? So the first time someone evolves, they get an accursed gift, and all of the first evolutions get it. So you kind of pick based on the map. Like, I need a better save. I need better move. You pick one, and then they always get it. Second tier gets that plus another, which is always cool. You can strategic gambit mutate. You get 2 in the first turn, 2 in the second. Alright. Mutate should allow for a heal. Then an upgrade. I think you can mutate any. Only the devotees can become mutants, but this does allow you to heal your leadership. D3+1, which is nice. I don't think you're allowed to... Are you allowed to heal them? How does this work again? They made it so that they don't just immediately go back to full health. That was the problem before, is your devotee had 7 wounds. And then if you had him at like 3, and then he turned into a mutant, he was back up to whatever he was. So is there a heal when they enhance? Turn it into a mutant. Whenever a devotee operative incapacitates... They used to just be you had to hurt them, but now you have to incapacitate them. Each operative cannot mutate more than once. Devotee turned it into a mutant. If it's a mutant, turn it into a torment. Cannot have more than 5 mutant operatives and 3 torments. The new operative type loses a number of wounds equal to the lost wounds of its predecessor. So yeah, okay. They don't get the heal when they change. It's really, they are really reined in. I don't know if I want to go. This feels like a lot of big brain that I'm not ready for. It's just, it's so much. Phobos could be decent. I have a scout squad. The issue is they buffed the knife so much in the scout squad that the extra warrior that I have really should have been a knife warrior, but I made him a shotgun warrior. Because the shotguns were better at the moment. And then they increased the overall damage of the knife. And it's like, I should have just did knife. Three APL on leadership, 2 on everyone else. Decent wounds. It's like orc level of wounds almost. So it's a 9-man squad. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 potential specialists and then 3. Yeah, that's the problem. I went mostly shotguns on the warriors. I think I might have 1 guy with a knife, which is not what you want. Because, like, look at this. 4, 5. It's nice. Versus 4, 4 on a shoddy. Who cares? So they get smoke and stun potentials, aspect scan. Operative shooting an enemy operative within 8 inches of this operative. That enemy operative cannot be obscured. Ooh, seek light can be gained. Friendly scout, operative shooting. They have seek light. The sniper, yeah, the sniper just has full access. He doesn't drop out of silent after he uses it once. The hunter was a big one, to my understanding. He has the ability to just, like, go places and get lethal 3. That's insane. You have a missile launcher and a heavy bolter, usually. Which kind of sucks. Heavy dash on 2 units. It's not great. Sergeant gets his chainsword 9 times out of 10. He's the only one with Astartes. This feels a little more balanced. What's up, Rax? We're waiting for stuff to dry. I saw you were like meh on Silent Hill F. I didn't play it. It didn't capture me as much as the original Silent Hill, because the original Silent Hill did the whole like Americana thing, and that's what made that game. I don't know why they were like, all right, let's make a new Silent Hill and let's just not theme it at all close to how the originals succeeded. Let's theme it in a completely other direction. And it's like, okay, and it is what it is. You guys can go that way if you want. I'm probably gonna not play it, because I gotta tell you, man, the thing that made Silent Hill great for me is when you're walking around in it, like the originals, and while you're walking around, you're like, dude, this feels like places near me, and it just like makes it that much crazier. So what's the rules here? 6, at the end of setup, you get 6 forward scouting options. Each number is a number bracket, so the cost changes the setup of a third of your operatives. So you can adjust a third of your operatives on a 9-man squad, so 3, I think. Yeah, 3, 6, 9. Perform a free reposition action with 1 friendly operative that's wholly within your drop zone. So just quick dash. This is actually really good now that the scouting cards are gone. Triple alarm. Place one of your alarms 6 inches opponent's drop zone during the first and second turning point. Whenever a friendly scout squad operative is shooting an enemy operative within 2 friendly operatives' ranged weapons have seek. Oh, dude, that's brutal. For 2 turns, you make it so people can't go near terrain without getting shredded. That's awesome. But, like, okay, Rax, if that game was, let's say, Fatal Frame, like if they kind of retuned it to feel more like a Fatal Frame or even a Siren, would you just be fine with it? Like, every time I look at it, it's just like, man, this doesn't feel good. Did it, since you beat it, would you say it expanded the world lore of Silent Hill, though? Because the Silent Hill always had that sense of, like, almost Eldritch, but not quite. Like, it's, the thing causing it to happen wasn't doing it maliciously. It was just doing it in response to idiots who didn't understand what it was there for. It's just a power. Like, that's it. Like, it's just a thing that does this. Was it like that, but just like a different part of the world, kind of showing that, I guess, supernatural things interacting with people kind of created this outcome, but like, I don't know, man. The more I looked at it, I was just like, nah, I don't think I'm good. This is insane, though. Maybe we play scouts, because if I do triple arm on some good parts of the map, that just absolutely messes with my opponent's movement. Like, the last thing they would want to do is run next to a triple arm and then just get hit with a missile launcher. Booby trap. Place one of your booby trap markers more than 6 inches from opponent's drop zone, more than 2 from other markers. Access points and accessible terrain. 2d3 damage. Oh my god. Okay. Can I select more than one of the same? As a number. For example, you have 5 selections. Both players have this rule, alternate resolving. And this, you can select and resolve up to 6 forward scouting options. Each option has a number in brackets, which is the maximum number. Oh, maximum number of times you can select it. Okay. So I can do 2 of this. So I have 2 triple arms. I could do 2 triple arms. I could do some repositions. Have a single booby trap out there. Probably add an extra landmine on top of it. And just make your opponent miserable. Once per battle, strategic gambit, select 1 friendly operative until the end of that operative's next activation. Add 1 to its APL stat. Definitely, you're taking one of these. Yeah, you culturally don't feel it, right? Because it felt like, at least from the trailers, it felt like there's a school culture thing in Japan of like an element of like bullying, but like it's culturally accepted, but it is brutal. That isn't exactly like, there's like a word for it in Japanese. Like, it's so common. Oh, more scouting options. Gain a command point. Select 1 enemy operative to gain 1 of your target tokens. When a friendly scout operative is shooting against, fighting against, retaliating against, you get a free reroll against the target. Proved ops only. Your opponent must reveal their attack op. That's kind of cool. Once per battle strategic game, select 1 enemy operative within 6 inches of the kill zone edge until the end of the operative's next. Oh, you can just cut someone's APL. I'm starting to lean into scouts for this next tournament. I don't think they're great, but a lot of this is really good. Specifically the start of the game functions. Oh, you can turn on double fight, double shoot for an extra person. Friendly scout squad operative activation before or after its activation until start its next. You can ignore any change. Yeah, you get like a lot of Space Marine stuff in here. This is kind of cool. Scouts are currently front runner for me actually like wanting to play a different team. I don't want to do Plague Marines. There were like 3 people playing Plague Marines. Tried dude, I don't understand salvagers. They're too slow. Their health is a little too low. They have such a cool spread of characters, but, like, you actually can't field all of your specialists. The new Hellraiser game's not going to be good. Don't get your hopes up right now. So, you know the whole point of Hellraiser, right? Like, did you see the interview with John Carpenter about it? The whole idea that in American movies, monsters and, like, horror movies are the same thing. It's big, scary monster. You can't stop it. It's coming for you. It can go through doors and walls and stuff. It's going to get to you. That's it. Like, they're all the same in most regard. It's just, it's coming through the door. You went out the window. Well, it went through the wall next to the window. It's not stopping, and it's big, and you shot it, and it didn't kill it, and it's still coming for you. So Hellraiser was John Carpenter being like, well, what if the villain knew it was gonna win and wanted, like, the whole purpose of it existing was to toy with you, right? A little bit closer to, like, let's say Nightmare on Elm Street. Like, it knows it's gonna win, and the joy it gets is more out of torturing you while you're, like, thinking you have hope. Like, that's the whole purpose of it. Every single trailer they've shown for Hellraiser makes it feel like the monster's coming for you and you can't stop it. Not it's toying with you. There's nothing you can do about it, but the whole time you think, like, well, maybe there's going to be a victory condition when there's just not. Which is what Hellraiser is supposed to be. I probably should have just used ion blasters. I tried using this for the accurate one, but I feel like my opponent was consistently just like, I make all my saves anyway. And it's like, oh, man. No. But the warrior rule. Whenever an enemy operative is shooting against, fighting against, retaliating against in this operative on mission marker in the resolve, you can subtract 1 damage from the damage inflicted on it from 1 success. So this reduction is, like, not great, but mathematically speaking, I feel like all of my units were dying to 8 damage. Like, exactly 8 damage was killing them every time. And then these guys would have survived on 1. And had just been annoying. But, like, I don't know, man. You get 9, which you want 3 gunners usually. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You don't even get to your warriors. And then you can't take, like, anything else. There's no reason not to take a lugger anymore just because they got rid of the scout cards. I feel like you can only take 3 gunners, a lugger, and then you have to kind of pick a specialist. And then you need to go bulk warriors or you can't win with this team. I don't even know if I have enough warriors, like just standard warriors, to do this. I have a 10-man squad, I think. No, I should have way more, because I have twice the amount of these. I should have a good amount of warriors. I need to take a look at what I got. I still don't think they're good, though. I still think they're just terrible as a team. Which sucks because they have such good weaponry. Their weapons are so powerful by like comparative standard. It's just their hit rate being a 4-up is utter garbage. Like all of this being a 4-up. Like, hooray, Magna Rail Rifle, 4-2, Dev 3. Piercing 2. That's such a good friggin' sniper rifle hitting on a 4. That's not good. Not good at all. I think what people usually point to is the auto rifle for the ceaseless rending. It's not bad for a 4-5. I tried the Edikarn plasma beamer. It's cool. I don't know. I want salvagers to be good, but I'm probably not going to play them. The tournament I go to isn't GW sanctioned, so I could take my Wormblade. I know there were a few people there talking about wanting to fight Wormblade because these guys are ridiculous. the sheer quantity of on-field people. You can take 2 assassins, which count as 2, I think. Yeah. So it's 9 total beyond that. So 9, 10, 11, I think, right? Yeah. And then 12. It's a 12-person team with 2 decent elites. I don't have Goremongers. I hear they're fun. I have heard they're fun. Because of the whole, like, you can pull enemies places and be obnoxious. I heard they're great. Mandrakes, hilariously fun. And I won that tournament, the last tournament with them. I don't want to bring them again. Because, like, I feel like if I show up again and it's, like, the same people and I have my Mandrakes again, they're going to be like, God damn it. Versus me showing up with, like, salvagers or scouts and them being like, uh-oh. Because at that point, it's either they're looking at the thing and being like, oh no, what did he see in that team that's going to defeat us all? Or they're going to, I don't know, it's a little bit easier than just being like, hey, remember how you couldn't do anything to my Mandrakes before? My friend has Star Striders. My other friend has Hand. I have Commandos, but I don't want to play Commandos. There's a person who's now really good with Commandos. It's cool. It's so cool. So there's a person that I occasionally play with, on and off, and seeing him go from where he was when he was first starting out, where he was like, I'm going to clump all my guys up. And I was like, reminder, I have Torrents and Blasts. And he was like, yeah, but it won't matter. And then he clumped everyone up, and I was like, okay, move, dash, flamer, all your guys are dead. And he was like, oh no. Like, hitting him enough times with that, the last time I just played him, the top of the game, he was like, what blast do you have? I was like, blast 2. Guess what? He played orcs, and he guaranteed that every orc was always either unshootable regardless, with someone else next to him that was also unshootable regardless, or he was 2 inches apart. So, like, he's hit the brain moment of, like, I'm now thinking ahead. And it's like, it's cool to see it, because, like, he's going to do really well in some of the local groups. I do have Void Dancer troop. And I do this? Because I've already Mandraked. And now I kind of want to do, like, super Mandrakes. Like, these things are insane. 3 APL each. The damage output potential. It's just so good. A unit with stun lethal 5 on 4 attacks with just Seek and Silent. I don't have to come out of stealth. I just need to be within 6 of you. And if I'm up on top of something that's hard for you to get on, I'm just hucking these nades at you all day. While also being obnoxious. Because, let me see. Yeah. Does this work the way I think it does now? Select one enemy mark of a valid target within 8. Both players roll 5d6. Match. For all matches, inflict d3 damage. You don't have to be in engage for this. All I have to do is get within 8 of you, and we all roll dice, and I see how many d3s of damage I do to you. From Conceal. This is an ability, too. This is a 3 APL unit that can move up a wall, get on top of something within 6 inches of you, huck a stunning grenade with a blast 2 into a squad of people, just a super flashbang, and then pick one of them to possibly absolutely dominate up to 3d3 mortals. That is insane. And then behind him is one of these. A unit that the whole point of it is to hop on top of something, wait till turn 2. Turn 2 comes, it picks a target, unloads. Unloads just, if you have things that are too close to each other, you torrent 2 a bunch of stuff. With something that all you have to do, I think, is damage. Yeah, as long as you inflict the damage on whatever you're shooting at, that unit is now injured until I think the next time it activates. Yeah. It's sort of like a range stun. like minus 2 to move, -1 to hit stats. You're just like, ha, and you just do that. And then I think one of the gear that you take is explicitly like meant for him. It's not panoply. Firefight ploys. Where's the gear? Strap ploys. Yeah, Shrieker Round Toxin. It just gives the weapon Dev 1. So yeah, you pop up in conceal, don't do anything. Turn 2, you open fire, and then leave vision. And that's it. They can't fire back. It's such a I love this team. It's such and they nerfed them too. They kind of nerfed them into the floor. The flip belts, I think. So panoply is just you have an invulnerable save. Piercing doesn't work. Whenever friendly void climbing. So this used to be 1. They basically were just like you go up whatever wall you want for 1 inch. But then they were like, 2 inches. Void Dancer Troop Operative moves within control range. Yeah, they can go past people. They're a fun team. And I have them. I have a big collection of them. They could be fun to play. Maybe. I still feel like Mandrakes, for going from Mandrakes into Harlequins would be for people. Like they would see it and like it kind of feels the same a little bit. Void Dancer Troop. Deathcore. Gellerpox. There's a guy there that plays Gellerpox. Kasserkin. Kasserkin suck, right? Like, is that... I think I saw a meme earlier where everyone was playing Deathwatch and there was like one guy playing Kasserkin. And I think he went into like 3 Deathwatch players early on and just got stomped. Like, these guys suck. Oh, I could Felgor. They turned them into elites and then got rid of their ability to control dice rolls. Like, they have decent wounds now. They have the same as Xenos wounds. They have, an okay save. Crap APL, of course. Their guns are like bolt gun level, though, almost. Well, yeah, no, that's bolt gun level. They have a good selection of units, but, like, they got rid of the dice control and just turned them into... like slightly more elite Deathcore. Like you can't take as many as Deathcore, but you still do like, oh, let me give you orders. You just don't need distances. You just give orders and everyone gets them. No, yeah, the Rekkas are the APL if they shoot, which is pretty good. Although, if you're fighting a stealthy team, it makes it hard. I could bring my Felgor. Felgor are interesting. Because if you use the Death Knell properly, the whole thing about them needing to get crit to be killed... What did they change it? What is it? Can only be incapacitated if detailed in the overleaf. It cannot have a conceal order. Injured. Operative that has one of your frenzy tokens is incapacitated if it does a counteraction or an activation. An enemy operative is fighting against it, retaliating against it. Your opponent strikes with a critical success. An enemy operative is fighting against it, retaliating against it, and your opponent strikes it for a second time with a normal success. So you have to hit it twice, or you have to crit it, right? But if the Death Knell is within range for its ability, it converts all crits to normals. Yeah. It's still really close range, though. He has to be within 3. So you can stay outside of the 2-inch blast, but, like, you have these little clusters of Felgor, and you can just force people to have to take damage or to have to do way more than what they need to kill one. Which is pretty good. And Felgor have 2 units. 2 units that are able to put out a lot of damage without return fire. Flux Sprays being able to just run through like a charge. It's reposition +2, so 6, 7, 8. Anyone that they pass by gets D3 +1 damage put on them. That's crazy. And then on top of that, you have things like, I want to say, is it the Gorehorn? No. Toxhorn. Toxhorn does poisons. A version of poison. Or did they change him over to stun? I think they changed him to stun. He can use stun grenades. Whenever number takes a stun, test result of stunning grenade. If the result is a 3-up, also inflict damage. So yeah, you stun, but then you also do a little bit of damage with a stun grenade. I think it's the Vandal. Yeah, Vandal. Vandal runs in on you, and then everyone within 2 inches of him gets D3 +1 if you do this. Like, you don't have to fight with him. You can just do a ton of damage into a small AoE. I might Felgor. I'm kind of torn. I'm thinking Scouts are up there on my list because Scouts seem interesting. Felgor because, you know, Felgor, it's kind of funny. And then Harlequins, although they're low on my list because they're going to feel too much like Mandrakes for a lot of people. Mandrakes have a lot more to them than the Harlequins, but the Harlequin move speed, their extreme level of difficulty to get hit, probably will put people off. All right, let's check the paint job. See if we can continue on. Nothing looks wet. Think we're good. Talking about Hellraiser earlier. This is Slaanesh. This is like the closest thing to 40k Hellraiser you can get. Pleasure from pain, baby. Alright, so step 1, fluorescent pink. It's hard to do around the base. We're not going to go all over with it. We're mostly going to work up from below. goal is to kind of make it feel like it's glowing. Bit on the bottom. Get a little bit of a from below hit. I'm not gonna go too crazy though. Hell yeah. All things in excess with Slaanesh. Oh god. It is very hard to put this thing down. It's like mastery level. You gotta kind of... Yeah. Make sure some of the top down spots are good. What do you think though, chat? Should we scout? Space Marine scouts don't feel as brutal as their elite counterparts, but there are more of them. It is interesting to have 2 turns worth of you can't hide here or I will just shoot you because I have full seek. As well as more grenades and like all the other potentials they have. I don't think individually they are stats wise incredible, so maybe it won't feel as, I guess, overwhelming for some players, because a lot of the players at this place are new. That's something you got to consider. Or do we try for Chaos Cults? I don't necessarily want to, because they are fairly strong, but they're also fairly big brain. And I think I gotta wake up at like 7 in the morning to get to this tournament if I want to go. And having to play a big brain team at 7 in the morning is not great. I almost crashed out on my mandrakes because of that, because mandrakes are very big brain. And some of my opening plays in my first round were like, oh, I'm gonna lose. But then I pulled it back. Do we go Harlequins? Because people don't expect 3 APL on, I think it's like an 8 or 9 man team. Very close to mandrakes, though. Or do we go Felgor and introduce people to the idea that, nah, you didn't actually kill it. It's still there for at least a turn. Does it feel like this is not? Could Wormblade, though. I'd have to really look at the Wormblade rules to see if they're still very similar to how I remember them. Where it's a lot of like stationary stuff with the regular squad. Like, it's kind of rhythmic. Like, you know that your regular troops and units are going to kind of focus on sending in the guys with the shotguns to do no damage but get points. The heavy weapons sit far enough back that they can do damage but are very safe. Something's going on here. Because, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be one or the other, really. I don't really feel... Maybe Felgor. Felgor kind of feel oppressive a little, just because of some of their units who just do damage. Like, they just do damage. And you're not really doing anything in response. They're gonna tell you how much damage they did, and then that's it. You get to sit there and just be like, okay, I guess that's fine. me get a Q-tip so I can clean this out. Oh, that's cool. That's the new one, right? Yeah, they sound like they play as sort of like a grid system, right? Like you'll have like some people who hand out orders, and then you just have a ton of units that they almost sound like a more mechanical version of an IG army with like orders and benefits. But rather than just being like raw stat changes, it's like something a little bit more complex. Seemed cool. No, yeah, meltas do a ton of damage, and if you're able to use one and then not get like repercussions, that's pretty huge. Almost fixed up here. Airbrush ownership. Let's get all this back together. Still a little mad, but I could have swore I had an extra cobalt that I purchased. And then I don't see it anywhere. Hopefully we have enough in this one. Yeah, we're probably good. We probably gooch. So we gotta be a little bit more careful with the placement of this. I kind of want to get a little bit into the pink. A lot of airbrushing is just about the angles that you hit stuff at. That's all. I know a lot of people are like afraid of getting into it and stuff just because, I mean, a lot can go wrong. You could easily ruin an airbrush if you're just being really negligent. But the amount of cool things you can do with it. Once you get used to like the angles you can work from, just way too cool. We're not going to go overboard up here. We're going to leave some of it bright because we are just going to work mostly into the buildup of the flesh tones. The tones of flesh. So what's everyone doing for Halloween? Anything fun? It's a big month for a lot of nerds. We get to show off the movies we love. The horror movies specifically, or just general. It's the one time a year furries are accepted. Sort of. Give it a little dusting, pull it away from the pink a bit. Oh, that sucks. I used to care about it more. Like, I used to go all in on it. I don't know. I feel too busy. Too busy to care. Alright. Gonna leave the top, like the topmost area is bright. But the transitional between pink and cobalt does look really good. I've always loved it. Pretty poggers. Now we get into the weird realm of undertoning for flesh. Now for those out here who don't really understand what I'm talking about. So the way you actually are supposed to be doing skin color, I know most people when they paint minis are just like, oh, let me just pick a skin tone and just go with it. It works. You know, it gets the job done. But there's a trick to diffusion of color and skin. Basically, the way people, when they paint like on canvas flesh tones, they usually start with reds and blues, like lights and colds. They undertone with that based on usually areas where there's going to be high or low blood flow kind of situations. So what we're going to be doing we're going to try to hit all these skin tone areas. We're going to leave like a lot of this stuff down here turquoise because yes, it should just be turquoise. But we're going to come up here and we're going to try to kind of expend the phthalo blues in certain areas, the light magentas in certain areas, and then in the bruising areas like we were talking about, I think we're going to use dioxin purple. I'm going to take a look though. Maybe we'll do something different. I was hoping I had a lighter purple, but I'm starting to realize a lot of the airbrush purples I have access to are just really dark. Let me take a look. But then when you do all of that, when you're done all that undertoning, Titan Mars Pale. It's flesh tone, but it's semi-transparent. So when you hit it, you have to kind of slowly build it up. Make sure you're not like full opaquing it and making it way too thick in areas, but allow it to kind of show whether it's blue or magenta kind of through. And I think the main areas, like the middle of the body and stuff like that, like this character, we're going to try to do the blue. We'll probably try to spread the magenta, or yeah, the light magenta the further out we go into the purple. I feel like I should probably maybe make a purple. Because like, this is dark. I feel like if I get some thinner together, we could use the lilac, which is what I want. I want to use lilac. But the question is there something in this lilac paint that if I inhale it, I'm going to hallucinate for the next couple days? Remember, kids, when working with airbrushes, it is always important to know what the hell you're putting in your airbrush and whether or not it will try to kill you. I think we're okay with the lilac. Not seeing anything in here that says do not inhale. But yeah, originally, again, what we were thinking of doing earlier. Originally, we were thinking of doing the peacocking, the fins that are back here as like color. But then when I was looking at the pictures and I realized what's going on here is that there are a bunch of little spines coming out of like the back of her rib cage, and it's pulling extra skin out and then spreading it out to create the fins. Like, this is all flesh. And that's where I was like, oh yeah, we got this. Let me grab a picture of it in its current state. So yeah, I think we kind of source her in blue in this area, and then fade it to magenta into purple, and then flesh tone it, and that should create the effect I'm hoping for here. Just, we can't over exacerbate it. That's like the big thing here, is that I'm to not over apply any of the paint. There's going to be a lot more necessary control. Has this phthalo blue not been opened? If this phthalo blue hasn't been opened, maybe I have an opened phthalo blue. I found it. Come on, man. Completely satisfying sound right here. Alright, we need to be careful. Okay. A trick a lot of airbrush users do for painting like statues and stuff, they always undertone the flesh tone with magenta. It makes it pretty consistently warm. Like, it makes the whole flesh tone warm by the end of it. But I want my flesh tone to feel like a little more adaptable, I guess. Does anyone get Battlefield 6? I keep debating, but then every time I really get into thinking about it, I consider that I don't really have a friend group that plays it. And that the last time I played it, it was basically dead silence. Like, it's... The entire gameplay loop is running around with your head cut off. And then just slamming into things. And, like... I don't know. There's not... It doesn't feel like a lot of depth in the game. So I don't know if I want to pay $70 for it. And I was watching one of the streamers I do, like, I just watch generally. And he played the campaign. And I've never seen something more, like, flat. And it genuinely, the whole time he was playing it, it looked like every kind of Call of Duty style thing. Like, it was really weird. Like, watching their contact get shot from a distance while not doing anything. Finding out that the government affiliation behind their team might have been compromised the whole time. Like, it's just every beat of a Call of Duty story. Just in Battlefield. All the places you fight in feel, like, really tight and, like, compact. I don't know, it's just weird. Because recently I actually went back and I played a little bit into Battlefield Bad Company 2. That was awesome. The way the maps work, the way it goes from, like, almost narrow walking paths to, like, go from place to place, to suddenly, like, a really big combat area that you have a ton of control over and, like, going through walls and everything. Ugh. Ugh. I was getting really into Hell Let Loose after that last update, but now I'm getting hit with the disconnect problem everyone's getting hit with. Super annoying. Because, like, that game's still on the list of just, like, best team games. I have one friend that plays it, but he's not playing it right now. But even then, I hop in, squad's talking, we're figuring out strategies that we want to take part in. Like, it's kind of cool. Alright, now we switch over to the magenta. We're going to try to leave the core of her to be the light blue. We're going to swap in the magenta. We're going to try and get it going. Kind of like the outer limbs. To become a little bit warmer. it's raining. Hang on. Bam. The robes and stuff we're probably going to convert over to like dark. Oh yeah, we're coming up to the end of the fleshy tones. Got the undertoned magenta. Undertoned phthalo blue. And I think we're going to try to apply a little bit of this lilac on the outer edges of here. And then considering the time, we could probably just fully get into the painting. Been breaking these new brushes. I'm gonna have to clear out my my water cup though. All right, let's try to hit the lilac. We're using GW paint. Which means high flow thinner is required. Pushes the outer edge to a little more bruised purple. finish it up. With an all-over light helping of Titan Mars Pale. What's up, Mario? So yeah, the closing color. Titan Mars Pale, because it is basically a flesh tone. But it's very low opacity. Which is key. So you can see, I don't know if you can see on camera, but there's elements of it where it's like darker with that purple feel, lighter with the more magenta red, and then this is just really like pale, like almost a sickly pale. Don't want to go too much farther with the coverage, I don't think. But we can start looking into the actual paint. We're basically done airbrush. Let me clean up a little bit. And we're pretty much jetting ourselves into the flats. All right. Airbrush off. Depressured. Hell yeah. Get all this crap out. Didn't do a ton of overspray today, which is good. Sometimes I always mix too much like thinner or flow improver in and it causes problems. I'm gonna go clean out the water cup. So a lot of where we can go here is kind of like flatting areas. So the other thing we got from the tournament outside of this model are a bunch of brushes. Which are alright. They look okay. They're about what the brushes I normally use are, but they do also have some decent like soft bristle dry brushes, which are pretty cool. I don't normally use soft bristle dry brushes. I more aim for like cross pattern textures and stuff. So things we need to do. think we do So Flat Dioxine Violet on most of the cloth or leather as like a base. We need to light phthalo the hair. Phthalo blue the horns. Burnt sienna the gold components, which there are a fair bit of. So we can get into it, I guess. Oh, the crusty sound and super dry paint. Haven't used this stuff in too long. Should probably get my wet palette together. Man, AOS models really got their shit together. They always look so cool. I mean, we've got my converted Sigvald for one of my demon princes. Now we're going to have this one. I have a converted Torn of the Redeemed as well as another one. But if I win this next tournament, I think I pick up the other, because the place I went to has two of these at a really good price, because it's like the old price. I think we make Sinacessa, or whatever the alternative is, as yet another demon prince. That way my Emperor's Children have like the Sigvald, the Dexessa, and the Sinacessa just moving across the field as a unit of just like 3 demon princes coming at you. They look way too cool. So we flat the hair phthalo blue because the hair is the one thing I'm actually going to hit to get to a point where it has pure white built into it. Outside of like the highlights on the gold. Because I've always wanted the hair on my Emperor's Children, like the big characters on my Emperor's Children, to end up being like platinum white. Oh, do it, definitely. AOS orcs look so cool. And like applying them into 40k to take the place of just like more general orcs, 100% fine. I'd go so far as to say it's a brilliant idea. If there's any really big AOS like orc war boss that you think looks really cool, figure out a way to make it run as an actual 40k war boss. They all just look really awesome. They look a little bit more brutal than a 40k orc, but they retain all of the humor, which is just great. let's do the horns. I don't know. Maybe we actually do what we were thinking of. What's up, Andy? Going from black to blue. I thought dioxide would be good, but it's a little too light. You gotta be very careful about the spots I touch this. Are we talking about Spawncast? No one confirms early, bro. Everyone shows up when they want to. I don't get why a lot of people feel like the Spawncast is this, like, almost business, right? Like, where we have, like, an office building and then, like, everyone has to clock in. They can show up if they want. It is fun, though, watching the comments go crazy. Like, you got the people who are just like, thank God we're finally below 5 consistent people. Like, it's so much easier to understand what they're saying. And then you got the people who are like, oh, you need like 20 more people. Hit me up. I'm a random person in your comments saying that you should bring me on your show. It's like, I gotta tell you, man. Throughout the course of Spawncast history, every time we've done that, like every time we've been like, oh, let's start bringing people on. Let's bring small channels on. Like, that tends to backfire more often than it doesn't. Like, we've had a lot of, like, small channels come on for just, like, general stuff early on. And then it turned, like, because the small channel didn't immediately see, like, huge turnaround in their viewership. Like, all of a sudden, you know, like, YouTube's now their only source of income and they're great with it. Like they start playing the game of like, oh well, it was because of these guys. They made me want to. They made me lose. They must have talked to someone and told them to like make sure I don't get views anymore. And it's like, you guys are getting weird, bro. Nah, because like you never know. Like people keep it open, dude. It's Saturday night and COVID's over. I'm gonna tell you right now, if a group of my friends called and we're like, "Yo, we're in the area. You want to hang out?" I'll do that. Like there are nights where last minute Sean will be like, "Oh, people are apparently going to my grandma's house. So I'm just gonna go to my grandma's house," and like that's it. He's not coming. Or sometimes he'll sleep. He'll sleep in. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. Yeah, I don't know if Max is coming back. He's doing all right where he's at. He's just kind of tired of people, which I get. Like the internet's a wild place, man. The level of energy people put in when they're annoyed at a decision you made, dude, it's like you murdered someone. Like the amount of effort some people put in when Max occasionally did a thing where he was like, I kind of want to be a little more entertaining. So, people are saying the SD cards are corrupting save files, so I'm gonna say that it happened to me too, and you know that'll at least be a little more entertaining than just being like, "Look out, everyone!" Next thing you know, just like everyone in the comments, "I'm pretty sure it didn't happen to you. You're just lying for views. You're the worst human being ever." And it's like, okay, you all can calm down, maybe just a little bit. Dude, they're all bad. Dude, the thing is, you always see the bubble of like your community and then it getting bad, and it's like, man, this community sucks. But like I've seen it everywhere. Like you should see the Warhammer 40K bubble. Like the level of just how do I be a horrible human being 101 that exists within that community, massive. And then you start hearing about like other communities, like car communities. There's horrible people trading card games, horrible people. Like it, yeah, it's just it can be the greatest upswing in people being interested in something as a community, which is always a fantastic way to exist. Being like, oh, I'm not alone in being this kind of a nerd. That's awesome. But then you just get hit with just the worst people. Music communities. Oh my god, music communities, dude. No, that doesn't even matter, man. Putting like a this is satire or something in your video, it does not matter. People just want to be mad. It was actually brought up a little bit in some interviews recently that I keep getting the shorts of, and I don't know why. It's a new like YouTube influencer guy who does like a lot of, I guess, interviews and stuff. And he was voted as like one of the most influential YouTubers or something by a magazine. And then Mr. Beast was like, I'm mad that he got voted with next to no follower compared to me. That's so weird. But then, like, kind of went on an apology tour after that because it was like a knee-jerk reaction. Talked to the guy about it. The guy was like, yeah, no, it is weird that, like, I have a tenth of your viewership and they're saying I'm more influential. It's, like, awkward. But then there's just an ocean of people who were just like, you should sue him. It's like, it's just such like a weird concept. There's just camps of people who their entire existences is wanting to hate something. So crazy. I mean, we kind of get it on Spawncast. I mean, with all the people we have come through. But, like, man, I've seen things from, like, the music side of YouTube as well, of just, like, atrocious people. I gotta try to clear this off. It's gonna make me lose my mind. There's like a little piece of plastic on it that's just floppy. Got it. Good old nail clippers. Like, it's so weird too, because it's like someone will start enjoying music from like a band and they're like, wow, this band's really like, I feel really connected to them. And then you'll get people in the comments who are like, go away, you weren't with them from the beginning. I am painting a AOS model. It's the Dexessa Sinacessa combo model. I think this is the Dexessa variant. But I am doing it to use it as a demon prince for the Emperor's Children. I won a kill team tournament. I got like $100 off of it. The store that I was at had 2 of these, priced at their old pricing. It was like $115. And at the time, I wasn't really thinking of getting anything else. I was just like, I kind of want to, you know, update my demon princes for my Emperor's Children. And I think using a Dexessa or a Sinacessa could be really good. The problem is I want the other one now. Because this does look so good that the Torna Redeemed model I use instead is just like whatever. Comparatively, it's not as cool. So now I want the other variant, the Sinacessa, to do the same thing too. But it's going to be so much work. I mean, the thing is, you're saying he's the homie. Did he know that you were being cool with him? Because, like, this is another thing I don't get about commenters that pop in and they're like, oh, why are you even here? You're just a Pokemon YouTuber. And it's like, that's weird that they would say that. But then, like, later on, they're like, oh, I was just kidding. I'm good friends with them. And it's like, are you? They don't seem to know you, and you're just sitting there mocking them. I mean, he's just busy as hell. That's why he's gone. You don't get to put out like multi-hour long videos weekly and then get to do too much else in your life. So he decided to, live and enjoy doing other things. Not give up his Saturday nights to a small group of people who hang out and occasionally talk about Pokemon once in a while. He does his own Pokemon podcast with a couple other people, and that was so big that he actually got to go to, I believe, the Hawaii event they did recently. So that's pretty big, pretty positive for him. I think they were out in Cali too for that event, the Worlds event, like the tournament. And when I say they went out there, they were invited. Like, it was a whole thing. They got to do a lot of like behind the scenes stuff. Meanwhile, over on the Spawncast, with a ton of viewership as a pretty consistent show, we only really get invited to like small conventions. So, super fun for us. See, but you're saying it was nothing hurtful. You do realize that typing in a YouTube chat, there is no tone or frame of reference, right? There's nothing. So when someone types something that can be construed as hurtful or insulting, but is just like, well, I would have toned it in this way, that's more like friendly, that none of that matters. It's like people forgot how to interact. No, not necessarily about you, but he would bring up that people in chat were just like, why are you even here? So if you were saying it, but in a way where you're like, haha, why are you even here? Haha, I know we're good buddies. But like he didn't know, then maybe you were just adding to the rest of it of people being like, why are you even here? I mean, granted, end of the day, he was probably going to go his own way soon anyway. Like I said, his channel was becoming successful, but also taking up pretty much all of his time. So there would have been no reason for him to stick around if he really needed those days. I mean, it's not like we're out here giving anyone like a yearly salary to be on our show. I know John tried to make it so that the Patreon would get big enough to do that, but like I told him when he decided to do that unless he stuck with it and kept going, it would fall off, and it did because he did stop paying attention to it. Like half the shows they promise people on the Patreon they stop doing. Just because of time constraints and everyone moving on. Like, they only got like half a year of it before his plans just didn't work out. And now I don't really hear anything about the Patreon much anymore in terms of like things he wants to do with it. So his one shot at trying to, get people paid for their time, like, decently, to the point where this could be like something that factors into their day-to-day life, like it never actually happened. Is what it is. I mean, the chat's gotten a lot better than it used to be. Just because now all we really have is like mediocre issues. We don't have the huge glaring issues of before. And yeah, I also wonder that, Arturo. Because I want to build them. But I'm thinking... So, offhand, Arturo, I'm thinking... Because there is a Chaos Lord in there. I'm thinking you're going to be able to choose between a 5 or a 6-man team, depending on whether you want to use the Lord or not. That's my guess, at least. Alright, let's try to get some of these strappings done. I tend to moderate chat. There's usually other people who do. There's some people who have moderation roles but aren't really around because, like, life. And that's how that works. Like, I know Rax has moderation roles, and historically he has, like, seen some people say some horrible shit and has immediately gotten rid of them. There was one person I actually trained up to be a moderator. Like, I did a whole write-up, a pamphlet, all that stuff. Went over with him, had direct messaging together with him. That way, he could always, like, time someone out who was being terrible and then go over with me in chat, like, in a side chat, like, I did this to this person because they were doing this. Is that right? And I was like, and I'd be like, yeah, you did it. Good job. And he was always like, cool, this is awesome. And I was like, yep. And then after him doing that for like 2 months, he was like, I got a new job. I can't be around for chat anymore. And I was like, aw. Is it the actual Chaos Lord model, or is it a new, like, Raptory model? I didn't even check that. I guess it is the Chaos Lord model. It's the same size base, though. Is the Chaos Lord on a 32? New combat patrols, and one of them involves the Harlequins? Uh-oh. Oh my god, that combat patrol. 2 bikes, 2 weavers, and a squad. With a soul tear? They give you a soul tear? Okay. No, Rax is chill as hell. Rax is one of the many people I know on YouTube who, when I see what they put in versus what they get out of YouTube, I'm always like, what the hell? It's like him and Game Looters. Game Looters, they put in so much effort to their channel. Like, so much effort. It was awesome. Like, the amount of stuff they were doing, the amount of stuff they did, and still do to this day, was always, like, way overboard. Like, they were doing daily videos, streaming. They actually had, like, a lot of cool stuff going on. But, like, you go check out the Game Looters channel, and they get, like, 20 views on a video. And you're like, what the hell is actually happening? I don't understand. Where the hell is the picture for the Raptors? Oh, it is a big base. Okay, yeah, so it is the Lord. He's on a 40, I think. Everyone else is on 32s. Like, I still don't understand how my channel took off. I'd still like to get back to it, but, like, I don't know. I gotta figure out exactly what we need to do with the channel. Because there's a lot of weird behind-the-scenes stuff going on with YouTube. They're trying to lean pretty hard into their full-scale automation. And it's kind of ruining people's channels. Because the automation will look at your keywording. Like, it does the most bare bones stuff. Where it'll just look at your keywords. And if you're like, Warhammer, it'll be like, war. War is bad. Bottom of the pile with you. And it's just awkward. Battle report? That's about a battle. We can't tell people about battles. Yeah, I don't think I never hear about the Jump Pack Lord being good. So maybe, yeah, he's just not selling well. I mean, that's how it was. That's how the Chaos Cults came to be. No one was really buying Chaos Cultists because they were kind of worthless. I mean, they're so much more useful now. But the Ashes of Faith came out, and that was probably the best bang for your buck box you could possibly get. Squad of Scions, Squad of Sisters, Cultists, the Demagogue Squad, and then the Accursed Cultist box. Just all in one go. For, I think, the price of just the Accursed Cultists and, like, another box of Cultists. It was just so good. So stupidly cheap. It was mostly because no one wanted cultists. Are you talking about the old design? The old design was pretty cool. At this point, I just kind of go with anything that has that base size. My current Chaos Cultists are a contingent of Necromunda models. The Dune people. The ones that look like the Tusken Raiders. There's a lot of Necromunda models, and even just 40k models that have that base size that are easy enough to just be like, yeah, this is a cultist. So you can do some cool stuff. Might need to bust out my wet palette for this part. I kind of want to do like a smooth purple down into the cobalt. Hit it with some glazing liquid. I was a little annoyed recently about my cultists. Let me actually make this a wet palette, BRB. But the fact that Thousand Suns don't have cultists, they have Zangors. It's like, oh man, what did I paint these for? I was genuinely hoping to use like Cultists and Thousand Suns. Dude, the ride that has been the Thousand Suns recently. Like, the buffs, the nerfs, all of it. The dropping of the codex that made every Thousand Suns player go, wow, we have a lot of really cool options that look like they're going to be really fun to play. Except the demon detachment, that definitely sucks. And the speed at which GW was like, we're going to make all of your detachments meaningless. It's like, what? The pacing. Like at this point, if you don't play Phalanx, you're wasting everyone's time if you're trying to be competitive. They basically made it so that the spellcaster detachment, the one that everyone was like, yeah, Magnus, like that one just doesn't work anymore. Like he can straight lose you the game immediately. So the original method was that you could keep casting spells from Thousand Suns until they went off. So you would send Magnus to a really good spot, and he would get like pluses and stuff to his spell casts because he's Magnus. But now that you can't multicast until you succeed, you can't have backup plans. The whole concept would be like, let's say I want to send Magnus in, but I want to give him an out, right? Like he's gonna do a couple buffs, maybe a couple debuffs or something, and then I'm gonna get him the hell out of there so that he's safe and good for another turn. Well, I do a couple buffs and then I go in with him to try to get him out of there by, you know, doing the double move function, and then it doesn't go off. Well, in the old system, I could have like an Exalted Sorcerer somewhere in sight and go, all right, well, let me try it with him now. And I could just go down the line and try to get him out with the double move. I can't do that anymore. I already tried the double move with the best possible chance that I could have had to get him out in the first place. And it failed. Therefore, I don't have the ability to do it anymore. Now he's standing right next to all the enemies and is unable to perform any of his other tasks. Which means like early in the game, I'm going to lose the key element to my mobility and function at casting spells like right away. So they kind of like, they gimped him because of the whole, we're reducing the total amount of times you're allowed to do stuff like this. And yeah, they sort of made it so that you just kind of got to go Terminators. They even nerfed the Phalanx a little bit. Like, Phalanx was doing really well, and then they nerfed it by making the Terminator Sorcerer Lord no longer assist your team. There was a rational reason for you to kind of take your Terminator, Scarab Terminator, Occult Sorcerer Lord guy, and just have him kind of on his own, because you could send him across the field, mark a target with his spell, which would give everyone on your team +1 to hit, and that was useful. Now they've changed it so that he really only assists the squad that he's in, which is a further nerf. Like, the original system for the Mutant Herd, which is what I wanted to play, was I could mark a target with a Terminator Sorcerer Lord, I could take some Mortals on my Mutalith Vortex Beast, and I would be +1 hit, +1 wound on a Mutalith, which is exactly what you want. It's like the best thing ever. With rerolls. You could even, apply rerolls to it. You didn't even have to go for full rerolls. You could go for rerolls of ones, because if you were +1 to hit from the Terminator Lord, the rerolls of ones was all you needed because you were hitting on 2s anyway. So have fun. They got rid of the +1 to wound. Now the Terminator can no longer +1 to hit for anything other than his squad. And on one hand, it's like, yeah, they want to get rid of these stacking buffs that make things really good. It's like bullshit they want to do that. Space Marines can field more units than Thousand Suns. And they get a markable buff that doesn't need line of sight that gives them +1 to their wound rolls and full rerolls of hits. Don't even try to pretend that they don't want there to be like this one really big buff that's just good. Space Marines have it. And it's so stupidly good. And Thousand Suns had access to it. But it did require very good positioning to achieve it. And now it's just completely gone. So the only way people know how to like play at this point is Terminator Sorcerer Lords leading squads of Terminators and then just throw them onto middle points. And that's it. Like, there's no other value for a lot of people in the Thousand Suns Codex anymore. Because everything got nerfed into the floor. And the Thousand Suns Codex is kind of one of those, like, really interesting views into percent win chances. Because there was a really high percent chance to win if you played the Thousand Suns Codex on launch. It was like 60%. That's way too much. But in effort to like hone that in, it sort of ruined everything. Like it got rid of any of the like general flavor that codex has. It's a little saddening. If you look around at any other faction in 40k, they've retained a lot of like those fun stacking buffs and interesting interactions and like fun command point uses. They still have it. And they got rid of ours because it was a little too strong in some instances. It's like, dude, what the hell? I don't necessarily think the game should be like fluffy. I mean, there's narrative mode for a reason. You can get pretty fun and fluffy in narrative if you have the right group for it. Like right now in the narrative mode, I'm trying to level up my sorcerer so that he can get some physical enhancements. Recently, he got one boon, which is +1 to wound rolls on psychic attacks. That's great. And now I'm going to give him physical enhancements that are like +2 to attack or maybe extra moves. It's all very random. I'm going to try to give him 2 of them. And then when he hits level 3, when he hopefully gets his second thing, or I might give him an artifact, I don't know. Once he gets that baseline interesting stuff, I'm going to spend a requisition point to turn him into a demon prince with wings, because demon princes cannot get physical mutations in the game. The only way you can give them to him is to level up a sorcerer enough to become a demon prince. and then make him a demon prince, and then all of the physical mutation benefits that the sorcerer had will go to the demon prince. So like that's kind of cool. It's kind of fluff. I like it. But I think if you're gonna have a faction rule, the rule needs to have a purpose, right? Like, let me run down a couple things. The reason why the demon detachment isn't good. In the wording in the Thousand Suns Codex, the Thousand Suns spells only positively affect Thousand Suns. Okay? There's no way to positively affect Scintillating Legion, which is the key code for the demons. So if I hit in the shooting phase, which again, like, you're very limited in the Thousand Suns now to shooting phase stuff for really good bonuses. Whereas before you actually did have a melee phase benefit, which was kind of cool. If I want to, let's say, utilize blue and pink horrors, and I've got tons of them on the field, they're garbage at everything they do. But if I could pick a target and go, I have full attack rerolls into this target for shooting, that would be cool. But if I mark you for full rerolls from my Thousand Suns, my blue horrors do not get the benefit of that buff. So none of the spells help the blue horror. None of the spells help the demons. They only help the Thousand Suns units. So you have a boatload of demons, and the only thing that those do is they provide Thousand Suns units with a 4-up invuln from ranged, which only works if the unit is psychic. So you can't give a 4-up invuln to a Mutilith Vortex Beast. You can only give it to something with a psychic keyword. And one of those psychics, well, most of the things that have psychic keywords already have a 4-up invuln. And then when it goes to the things that have 5-up invulns that are psychic, some of those can have leaders that just give them a 4-up invuln. So, like, So there's really no value that way. And then in reverse, the Thousand Suns can give the demons the ability to use the psychic abilities that don't help them. But the demons have to have the psychic keyword. Only the birds have the psychic keyword. The Lords of Change. That's it. No one else does. So you need Lords of Change in this list. And the Lords of Change statistically just aren't that good. They're really not. But there's a combat patrol based on the half demon, half Thousand Sun concept, right? There's a combat patrol. And in that combat patrol, the spells, the Thousand Sun spells you cast do help the demons. That's the part I hate. Is that the combat patrol already improves the demon interaction in the one way that matters. Make it so that the Thousand Sun spells can target Scintillating Legion to trigger the effects needed. Which they've gone through 2 nerfs now and haven't done, which means it's, in their opinion, working as intended. Absolute madness. With the mutant herd, they removed the ability for me to utilize the mutant herd's detachment function with Chaos Spawn and Mutilith Vortex Beasts, which is that individual unit takes D3 mortals in order to gain either -1 to wound from things shooting at them, or +1 to wound if they're attacking. That's literally it. The whole reason for those squads to use them is because those squads have feel no pain, which means they can do it and then try to negate the damage that they're taking from themselves in order to get a bonus, which is kind of cool. They removed it from them and left it on Zangors. And Zangors just die if you're doing that. So the only way to really play Zangor Mutant Herd now is to just have 6 full-size squads of Zangor. And that's it. And you're just trying to sit on objectives. Like there's no fun tactical things to do with that army anymore. MVBs don't get their bonuses, so like there's less emphasis on needing that. You could just go tanks if you want, I guess. And it's kind of just that. Is they just got rid of all the combos, but then everyone else still has combos. Everyone else has great combos. Thousand Suns don't anymore. Like I've been hit with some of the bigger Necron combos, and it's like, dude, the stacking bonuses they get. I've been hit with some really good Death Guard combos. It's like, oh man, those are really cool that all works together. Thousand Suns, not anymore. It's very straightforward. Weirdly, one of the more straightforward armies. Which is very strange considering. I wonder if Raptors are going to have a deep strike. The ability to pay like 1 command point or something to leave 1 guy in reserve. For Kill Team in particular. Because then you just put the Melt-A-Guy in, right? Like that's what you do. You just throw the Melt-A-Guy in it. Surprise someone. I wonder if it's going to force you to bring him in turn 1, or if you can bring him in at any time before turn 4. And pass him, kind of like how the Ravagers work. Proper jump packs. I think it's the first one that has proper jump packs, because the Aquilans technically are kind of more like grab shoots, like how the Phobos are. It's just that it slows their fall. So I think these might be the first with like all jump packs, because the only other one, well, I guess the Vespid, like if we consider them as flight, yeah, Vespid would be there. Within the kill team though, salvagers do have one guy with a jump pack. I'm trying to think of who else, if there's someone else that's like this one guy has. Oh, the Corsairs with their warp spider. That would be crazy. A warp spider kill team. They just get like really bored as a company and they give you the freaking, they give you the ability to choose if you want to do like 7 warp spiders or 4 warp spiders and the Phoenix Lord, and it's like, why is the Phoenix Lord in kill team? Please stop this. You already put a Patriarch in here. And now you're putting a Chaos Lord in? What the hell? Dude, what is the Chaos Lord stat gonna be? Is he gonna be 20 wounds? You have a 20 wound Raptor? We doing this right now, boys? Warp Talons are going to be in the Raptor box. I mean, they already have them, the parts. And if they want you to buy this Raptor box instead of the old one, then yeah, that box is going to be able to go most likely full Warp Talons. I guess the real question is the Raptor card going to get changed? Like, are they getting rid of Warp Talons as a separate thing? Are they making it so you can mix and match a little bit more? Or are they going to keep the cards as are, and then they're just giving you a different box that has like some other interesting looking specialists in it? That may or may not even matter. Like, if the mutant doesn't matter, if like you just run them as like standard Warp Talon stats or something, then I guess it doesn't really change anything. It's just more for the visuals, as opposed to things like the Nemesis Claw actually having a ton of different abilities and stats. Well, the Warp Claw is there. Right now, the Raptor box is the Warp Claw box, or the Warp Talon box. And when they showed you the different models, the Warp Talon is in there. So they're either going to sell this box in a way where, like, you could build a whole squad of Warp Talons out of it, or... And that's the other thing, though. What are we getting in this box? Hang on, let me check. Because have they even shown the box contents off yet? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. So 8 that we know of. Do you think it's an 8-man with a Chaos Lord? Because currently, if you buy a box of Raptors, you get 5 Raptors. So do we think they're upping it to 8? Is there going to be an extra Raptor and Warp Talon? Is it going to be a box of 10 now, where you just get the 10? And then you'll have parts for Warp Talons, or you could go into this, and then you could just like make one of these and be like, yeah, that has Warp Talon stats, because look, it has claws or something. Because in the 40k tabletop, that you don't necessarily need to be like, this is a mutant, therefore it has these different stats. You can just be like, it's a warp talent, it has these. Nobody cares. My question is, if it's a 10-man box, then maybe they are expecting, like, these might be both warrior variants, right? Because you can use as many warriors as you want on a kill team normally. So there might be a situation where, and depending on the warrior ability, there might be a situation where, like, a champion, but designed, maybe he gets a loadout that's a little more warp talent-y, or even just this loadout could be fine. Power sword, plasma pistol. And then you just have, like, 5 warp talons flying around doing their thing. Or you could switch over to raptors. Like, raptors might be a little bit more, we can do stuff on point, whereas warp talons might be a little bit, if you get a kill, you can spend an action point to get picked up, and you'll leave the field, and then you have to come back in, like, leave a marker where you left, and then you can come back in within 6 of that marker in the next turn or something as a reposition. Or even, like, 3 of the marker. Like, there could be a limitation. Because that's the whole thing with warp talons. They kill, they vanish. I cannot believe this. This is going to be so stupid. The specialists might go into the Raptor squad. This feels like a Warp Talon specialist. These feel like... Dude, this is the dumbest name. The Predator! The Predator. Like, this is probably going to be a specialist type in the actual regular Raptor squad. Although these are normally meant for Warp Talons, they're using them a little bit more openly for just, like, slightly more interesting looking backpacks. He'll probably get put in. This will probably just be a medium weapon user. I'm pretty sure they're going to give us a plasma gun and a flamer. I wish we knew. Like, genuinely, I wish we knew if more were coming. Because if I buy 2 boxes of Raptors, I'm going to want to either magnetize this one to have that, or I'm going to want to just build the others. Because I don't play Chaos Space Marines like that, so I don't get to use Raptors. Shrieker, which is just a Raptor with a different shoulder pad and face mask. These things. Huntsman, 2-handed spear, which personally I would get the World Breaker. That would be cool to have the Hakan World Breaker on like a 32 with his big ass spear. And there's a regular champion. Yeah, I don't know. So it looks like bare minimum 8, possibly 10 in box of Raptors, and then a Chaos Lord on top of it. The thing is, I don't want the sisters. I don't really care about this. It's cool that they're actually sisters, though, and not like the novitiates. Like the super low armor nothing characters. The fact that you now have like power armor sisters and it looks kind of like a horde team is pretty cool. I wonder if they're going to play like salvagers where they have a 3+ save or something. Nah, I think they'll have a 4, right? Like they're usually 4s. That's a melt-a-pistol. The crossbow in the novitiates was cool. It was like silent and did good damage. Looks like they've got a straight up caster. That's a little Vox back here. So this is probably going to be either an AoE debuff or buff. 2-handed sword, probably a 5/7 lethal 5 or something. This one's probably a action monkey. Like go to a point, do a free mission action kind of situation, provide a buff. Unless this is actually... No, this might be a mace. They might treat it as a mace. This could be cool. I'm liking what I've seen out of shield bearers in the new kill team. This might be a situation where if you put another sister behind it, you can't target that sister. You have to target the shield bearer first. They're using batons. These could have stuns. It looks like you get multiple flamer pistols and stun batons. General stun batons. I wonder if they're a stun team now. Or like a shock team with crossbows. Oh, dude, if these are the same kind, well, they look like bolt guns, but if they are actually crossbows, these look like bolt guns with a crossbow on top. These might be a one-time use silent attack, and then you have to go into your bolt pistol. That could be cool. But yeah, they show here, they show a 5-person with a Chaos Lord. Now, this could mean nothing, or it could mean you either pick 6 Raptors or 5 Raptors with a Chaos Lord. We'll have to find out. But it's kind of why I wanted to get Raptors boxes and just make them. Because I don't really care about the sisters. And unless my one buddy who actually plays sisters goes, oh, I need these. Like, I don't want to buy them. I'm not going to use them for anything. And I don't know any other sisters players other than my one friend. So there's really a small pool of people near me where I'd be like, do you want this sisters kill team? And they'd be like, yes. Yes, I would. Which is the biggest downside to kill team. I'm surprised they've actually been okay, though, selling the kill team models in the way that they're doing, right? Like, because you'd feel like it wouldn't happen that way. But maybe the communities locally are strong enough that there's enough players and people who talk to each other about, you know, oh, I'll take this team if you take that team kind of situations. Maybe there's enough of them. Which, again, if that store that's near me was smart enough to try to grow other communities other than Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, they could probably grow communities that would be more about getting these boxes. And they could, you know, do stuff with that. But I guess they only kind of like making money. It looks like a good team for sisters. It looks a little bit close to what RBDs. So there might be a level to it with those shock troopers of staying in conceal, doing a little bit of damage while still in conceal during a turn, and then running up on people and then shock fighting them. Because shock is a little surprising. Like, you don't expect shock to be as good as it is. But if it's lethal 5 shock, or if they have a way of guaranteeing crits, because they are sisters, they can get fate dice. Or miracle dice, as they call them. I don't think you can have a sisters kill team and not have it be like close to a horde team, because the whole point of sisters is for some of them to die. That's key. That's key and core to the team's goal. They're basically like Hearthkin in that way. Some of you are going to die today for the power of the others. And before we find out Celestine's going to be part of the sisters box. If enough of them die and you get enough miracle dice, you can just put Celestine on the table. Similar stats to the Nightbringer. Enjoy. I wonder what we're going to talk about tonight on the Spawncast. I imagine Battlefield's opening day or whatever. Oh, it's doing really well. That's cool. John's definitely going to ask me if I got it. I'm going to tell him no. I watched the campaign. It doesn't look that interesting. It's weird, though. Just like classic Battlefield on PC, if you decide to play the campaign, it closes the game down to then reopen the campaign version of the game. Classic. I think the only other cloth on this thing that matters is the chest covering. Everything else is like gold strapping. Dude, Bad Company 2, that was an amazing campaign. They did some amazing things with that. I wish there was more interest in like, or like more, I guess, just value in the classing. So in the alpha or the beta or whatever the hell we were playing, oh, okay, I see it now. In whatever we were playing, that was the open thing that we were all doing. You got one class, but whenever you clicked on the subclass for it, well, you got one subclass per class. whenever you clicked on the subclass menu, there was this really big grid that was like kind of promising. When I looked at it, I was like, oh, there's going to be a lot of subclasses, maybe. That could be really cool. Apparently, there's one extra subclass. There's like, you get your class, and then you get one subclass, and that's it. So, you don't really get like fun. Yeah, we're not talking about Little Nightmares. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's cool that it dropped. But like I like playing Recon. And there's an element of playing Recon in Battlefield where it's like you can play kind of close with like an SMG. That's usually a good idea. Play mid-range with a DMR, play long range with a sniper rifle. That's cool. But the only subclass they gave us was like you have to play long range with a sniper. Those are the only benefits you're getting as this class, and that felt really weird. So when I saw the subclasses, I was interested, and now that I've read what one of the subclasses they added are, it's not like interesting. It's not that good. It doesn't have like a lot of flavor or value that allows you to pick another weapon and feel like you're doing okay. So that's a little disappointing. Trying to get the rest of these horns. Finger talons. no talons. No. Little Nightmares 3 is single player, kind of side scroll platform. Doesn't really appeal to me. Seems fine. Like, it's cool to see that series continue onward. It is always scary, I guess, every sequel that comes out for games, whether or not the people who made it are gonna, live up to the standards of the people who are fans. So hopefully they did. You a fan of Little Nightmares? Did you play it? Does it feel good? Because as a fan of Silent Hill, I don't know. The adjustments they made to Silent Hill F, the theming, changing kind of the location, none of that really screamed interesting to me. At least not interesting enough to give it a shot for, full price. I might wait for an off-price thing, but from people I know who are fans of Silent Hill, who've been playing it, it sounds a little off. Like, I know someone who beat it, like, fully, and they were like, that ending, I don't, like, that ending just didn't feel good to them. Like, none of it kind of played the way you would sort of expect a Silent Hill to be. I mean, it has survival horror elements. Learning if the monsters will react to certain things is kind of cool, because, I mean, that's great survival horror. But story just doesn't really sound super appealing to me. Which just feels like maybe a cultural disconnect, if anything else. Yeah, see, if it's not the same team that made 1 and 2, is it? So is it not actually the same team, or did the company that originally made it get liquidated, change their names? Like, this happens like a lot. So you got to kind of track it, and that's something I keep bringing up on the podcast whenever we start talking about sequels and stuff. And people are like, oh, we're finally getting a sequel. And I'm like, oh, the people making it aren't even the original creators, so maybe it's not even going to be close to what you guys expect from a sequel of a game you really loved. Maybe rein in the hype and, see how they do. Because I feel like if you overblow it now and then the game comes out and it's like mid, you're going to hate it. Because if it's mid and you were expecting it to be god tier, it's going to negatively play into your view of the game. Whereas it could have been, wow, this is a really good first outing for this team who's never made anything with this IP before. Like the amount of times on the podcast when people talk about, oh, they should do a new Banjo-Kazooie. That'll fix things. And it's like, the people who made Banjo-Kazooie made Yooka-Laylee. And you guys talk about how, like, mid that is. Those were the original makers. Just throwing out whatever game in the moment isn't going to do anything. Let's get this brown going. Baseline for all the gold. Yeah, it's like Titan Quest 2. My one buddy was getting into the idea of it, but the team behind it isn't even like remotely related. It's just another group that THQ Nordic bought that they figured they could just put on a new project. All right, Andy. Sort of an annoyance that I have with sequels and stuff is like the type of people who will wait for a sequel when you were so excited about the original game, but then the developers, you know, they go somewhere else due to like budgeting or whatever. Or the company collapses and then someone else buys the IP. But then, like, the original owners of the IP are like, we're putting out a new ARPG under this other company. And we can't use the title, so, you know, we're making a new one. We're just, you know, we're doing it. That should be exciting for people. Oh, the people who made the one that I love are making a new one. And it's, like, different. It's a different style, different theme, but it's, you know, the mechanics are being made by the company who I made the mechanics of the one that I love. That's going to be awesome. You'd think people would be like more into that, but like I bring up Grim Dawn, and then people who are like, I'm fans of Titan Quest. It's like, oh, you'd probably like Grim Dawn. They're like, I don't know that game, so I don't want to play it. It's like, well, it's being made by a lot of the guys who made Titan Quest. It has a lot of the same functions and abilities. They moved a lot of it forward, though. The additions are actually really cool to the game. The concept of the constellation leveling and stuff, like they did a lot. They basically took Titan Quest mechanics and improved them. So, well, it's not Titan Quest 2, so I don't care. It's like, Jesus Christ, I can't help you. This flesh tone really worked out. I'm probably going to hit the flesh tone up here, though, with some shaders. Like Reichland flesh shade or something. Cheap viewers. Yes. Originally, I thought the back cape was like an actual cape. But then I started looking at the pictures and the model, and I realized it's actually their skin. So I decided to just make it skin. You know, push all in on the body horror style. The pleasure from pain concept that Slaanesh and the Cenobites both kind of lean into. Which is why I say Slaanesh is the closest thing to Hellraiser you're going to get. If anything in the 40k universe would appear after you solve a Rubik's Cube while yelling, "You opened the box and I came," it would be something from Slaanesh. It would be this. Like, this would just appear in your room. I don't know why I keep doing this, though. I really want my Emperor's Children to feel fun to play. They aren't currently fun to play. They're very limited, of course, as most people have brought up online. Their lack of units just makes for it to not be fun. But I still kind of want to play them. Hang on. I gotta find out if there's a way for me to get some kind of background audio running for people on YouTube to hear. I really don't like the idea that when I'm really into what I'm doing, when I'm painting, you guys are just sitting in dead silence. I think I can do it. I think there's a way for me to set it up so that maybe I don't hear it, but you guys do. Because over on Twitch, we're rocking out with punk rock. But if I could get some ambient background sounds going on YouTube, that'd be quite nice. Yeah, she's AOS. There's 2 variants too, which is why I kind of want to win the next Kill Team tournament to get the second one. Because they are about the size, they're a little bit taller, but they're about the same width and height of a Demon Prince. They're not the same base, so I did have to buy bases. But that means I have extra ones. The other version, similar concept, flesh, wings and stuff. They're, instead of having the full fan, it's like two side arcs, like really big side arcs, and then like a whole different head and weapon layout setup. And then I have that Sigvald that I glued Demon Prince wings to as my other flyer, and I think that would be the coolest things on the field for Demon Princes, is just those 3 units flying around doing their thing. Slamming into enemies, getting mortal wounds. But yeah, AOS models are awesome. 40k kind of has to hit a specific aesthetic. And I don't know, the people who work on AOS models at Games Workshop, they must have like a little more leeway. But the main reason I play the factions I do is because of the crossover. Like, I play Thousand Suns because I have access to Chaos Demons, specifically Tzeentch Demons, which are all AOS models, and they look really cool. Freaking Lords of Change, Kairos. Clear some of this up. Got the bracelets, the face mask. Let me take a look at this neck real close. Okay. Okay, I think I see it. Heresy does look really good, and a lot of the times Heresy is, model-wise, is very close to what's usable in 40k. So, like, you can use Heresy models in 40k. I use Heresy Rhinos in my Emperor's Children army. I have a Heresy Proteus Land Raider as a Land Raider as well. I know there's a lot of, like, talk around that as, like, not... People are, like, on that. Because it technically is a little bit shorter but wider than a Land Raider. But I live in the US where Land Raiders are sold out like 99% of the time, so... I'm about to buy a second Proteus Land Raider. Because I kind of want to play the transport-based Emperor's Children. They seem pretty good. Not amazing, but fun. You kind of rely on them having 2 Land Raiders. Oh yeah, the new Dreadnought looks great. I've been saying to everyone at the store, like, if you play Iron Warriors on the Chaos side and you want to run a Demon Prince, get the Saturnine Lord. The Saturnine Lord is the same size as a on-foot Demon Prince. Because a lot of people that play Iron Warriors, they kind of lean into that whole, like, oh, they don't really like demonic mutation and stuff, even though they do. They just don't want to admit it. Oh yeah, they're huge. And putting them together is crazy. The store owner at the Warhammer store was told to like build a couple of Terminators or something and like some regular units and that's it. But he was like, I'm gonna go above and beyond. I'm gonna build the Dreadnought. I was there for the whole day that he was doing it. He got through like 2 feet. Like there were in the rule book or in the build book rather, there's a whole page dedicated to how to build each foot. There are so many parts. But yeah, it was kind of a fun watch seeing the heresy community go crazy over the new rules and how restrictive it felt and blah blah blah. And then all of a sudden they dropped that like PDF online that was like, yeah, now it's super expansive and customizable. Now people are super into the idea of heresy. The concept of making like very specific style factions who like lean into specific weapon rules a little more often than you'd expect. Like, I'm from a poison planet, so I get poison weapons. Yeah. Yeah, apparently the PDF was just like the biggest amount of incredibly good rules. Just handed out to everyone for free. Because they did say, like a week prior, they were like, look, something's coming that's gonna really expand the universe. We just really needed the core rules out so you guys were, you know, good with the core rules, and then we're gonna give you like the advanced stuff here pretty soon. And then they did. And the one person who keeps using gets worse it in all of their YouTube titles, as most YouTubers do now, specifically about 40K, stopped making ones about heresy. Like that day, that same day. Never a video going over, you know, the fixes and the good stuff. Always the bad. So much easier to get viewership when everything is drama. And it's times like those where I do really hate that I kind of work behind the scenes with a channel on YouTube. Because you start looking around at the videos that are doing really well, and then you see all the telltale signs of, like, algorithm abuse, I guess, would be the concept. Was New Recruit one of the customs? Was that just one of the general ones? I know I was trying to use a online list builder. Drama does get views. Nothing better than watching a train wreck. I think we'll get through the flats today, but I'm not going to push it. We might get into the renders tomorrow. I don't want to, like, one-sit this. I think if I one-sit this, I'm going to start making mistakes. I'm already thinking maybe Reichland Flesh Shade or possibly Druchii Violet Shader. We're going to apply it to a lot of the fleshy areas to try to, like, give it a little bit different of a feel. Isn't Battlescribe, like, Battlescribe is the public one, right? Like, where everything about it is made by people from the public. So you need someone to, like, program your stuff in order to be able to build. But then, like, that just causes issues, because if somebody forgets or misinterprets your rules, next thing you know, you've got a list builder that isn't real. Just makes you illegal squads. I used Battlescribe for a while there. Now I just, for 40k, I use the free version of their app, but I guess Horus Heresy doesn't have an app yet. Like a specific one. Which is crazy. I think Horus Heresy is one of their better upcoming things. Kill Team does really well in sales and pickup, but I think Heresy has surpassed AOS. Did it? I know it's getting close. It's like within striking range. Because the sheer quantity of people who are, like, really into that. Because that's just, like, 3rd and 4th edition. A lot of the elements and a lot of the flavor of Heresy is like, yo, did you really like 3rd edition? Let's play 3rd edition again. Spoilers, I don't really like 3rd edition. Or rather, I don't have the nostalgia for 3rd edition, like some people do. No, yeah, they do. Partly, I think they like the feel of the older editions. On the other hand, I think they maybe did really well in the older editions in terms of, like, their ability to play the game. So they just want that back. They want back the ability to be like, I'm going to argue with you about whether or not my flamethrower template hits you. Because, dude, the moment I saw templates, like the moment I saw templates in Horus Heresy, I was like, nope, not going back. The amount of people I played against who made it absolutely unfun to play the game. Yeah, they try. Sometimes they fumble though. I really liked old Underworlds. One of my favorite formats is board game with unique things on the board that might be faction oriented, that have a level of strategy built around deck building. That is my favorite style of game. I loved the hell out of Duelist on PC until that company decided to like abandon it. Underworlds was that format. But new Underworlds kind of threw a lot of stuff out that was really good about old Underworlds. And, like, they're not really pushing it as much as you would expect. It feels like they're trying to abandon it. And that's very sad for me. I'm going to have to go get water in a second. Ugh. That being said, though, the Gundam board game coming out next year in the US is basically that. So, super interested in the possibilities there. I think I might. I tried to get my hands on a starter box, but I feel like I don't know the schedule of the releases as well as I thought I did. Because one of the starter boxes I actually wanted, specifically the one that had Tall Geese in it. That is my favorite Gundam of all time. But those were all sold out. It's weird, like I'm seeing things on social media that spike at weird times. So I started seeing the Gundam Wing board game stuff spike up. So I assumed like, oh, maybe I missed it. Maybe the board game's actually out in the US right now, because I know it's like different releases. Japan's getting it first, we're getting it like next year kind of situation. After they, tweak it and make it like whatever, slightly more balanced, hopefully. But they put out those boxes, and I know one of the stores near me posted up. They were like, we're getting those boxes. And I was like, oh, God, I want one. But I guess it was like weeks ago that happened, so I kind of missed out. But yeah, I kind of want to play it. They've tried. I mean, they've done stuff. I liked the idea that the anime one of the animes they put forward, the idea of custom building Gundams. Like you kind of like look at parts of Gundams throughout like all the manga and everything, and you kind of create one based on like mixing and matching parts and then painting it the way you want to paint it. And then the stats for the parts kind of play into the game. And they did a whole anime built around it that was awesome. But the board game could be really cool. It always depends on the balance of the deck building. You know, what your team has access to, if there's limitations, stuff like that. So we're going to have to see. Could be cool, though. I'll do a little video with my character's head on top of the tall geese. Let's talk about this Gundam trading card game. Because I've always said if Games Workshop could be printing money if they were able to successfully kind of launch a trading card variant game that involves stuff like this. Like if they were able to do seasonal releases for Underworlds. The Gundam thing, yeah. Supposedly the board game is going to be tied directly into the card game. So you could play the card game on its own, but then there's going to be a function where the board game and the positioning all matters. At least to my understanding, is what the goal's going to be. And you get the minis, they come basically in gray, and then you can paint them. So I can do some pretty highly customized paint schemes where like I do glowing burn effects on the boosters and stuff. Like it would be really fun. Maybe I paint my Tall Geese to be the Tall Geese 2 color scheme instead of the Tall Geese 1. But yeah, there's still a lot of questions though, because the box sets they sell come with I think like 3 models each. And the question is like, is my team going to be limited? Is it going to be like Underworlds? Like if I want to play Tall Geese, do I have to play with the 2 Leos as well? Do I get the ability to go like Tall Geese, maybe like a song, just like pick up to 3 and then build a deck around the 3? Is there going to be limits like, oh, well, this is a Super Gundam, so you can only have like 1 on the field? Like, there's a lot of up in the air stuff. Like, sure, you could use the Dendrobium, but you can't use anything else kind of situation. So, looking forward to finding out more. Nah, it's card. It might involve dice, insofar as a lot of card games do also come up with like, you know, tap to attack and then roll a dice, and whatever you roll is the result of the damage, or like it can do stuff. I think there's dice and card or dice and coin flips usually in a lot of these games. But I don't know. Maybe dice could be involved in the Gundam one. I know in Underworlds it's card, model, and dice. Because sometimes you have to take tests to see if something actually happens, or if like the full effect happens, or a minor effect happens. And then the models themselves have built-in abilities that you could utilize that revolve around dice and statistics. But yeah, I love those games. Because in those situations, it's like you could have a card that's really good, but the card might require you to be in a specific spot on the board to use it. And your opponent in that moment has the ability, if they think you have that card, to like force you out of that area, right? Like they can stall you from going there. So there's a lot of fun things that can occur in that situation where you don't just feel like screwed. Your opponent can't just be like, well, I lethal you. There's always that moment you could have of just like, well, I could have lethaled you, but I could never get to the right spot to do it, so you outplayed me. It's like, yay, I did it. To my understanding, the game is out in Japan. They're bringing it over to the US next year, but they released like a box set of some of the stuff for you to be ready for it. So the box set was like a deck of cards pre-built with 3 models that should somehow work with the theming. Like the Tall Geese one had 2 Leos. Zex Marquise was part of a squad that used Leos and then eventually got into the Tall Geese. They were still part of a squad kind of later on as well. They were all good friends. So like theming, it was fine. I'm a little disappointed because I think they never did the Triple Dom team. They did a goof team. They had like an elite goof and then a couple basic goofs. I was kind of hoping they were going to have the Triple Dom team from Classic Gundam, the Slipstream team. But in the US, the models are in the wild. But I'm not too sure about like the board game. I'm not even 100% sure that the board game's fully out in Japan, or if they're still just waiting for it over there too. I haven't had a lot of time to look into it outside of general interest. I haven't heard about the game. At least I don't think I did. What's Conflict 48? Is that one of the war simulator, like the war reenactment ones? It's not even on my radar. I don't even think I've seen it in any of my local stores. Let me look it up. Alt history sci-fi. Oh, Conflict 47? Ooh. So it's kind of like God, what the hell is that? Alternate history with robots that looked really cool, but never actually went to like a proper board game, or it did eventually, and then but it became a computer game first. It's like Reap something. Iron. Oh, I think it's Iron Harvest. Which came from Scythe, which was King Arts. It's pretty cool. What I say about most games like this though, when they try to do the whole like strategic tabletop thing, like if you know a lot of people in your area that are going to play it, go for it. But if you're going to get into it under the assumption that other people play it and you might run into them, you're really going to want to do some like advanced scouting for that before you really go all in. Like, I haven't heard of this game. I don't know of any local events that involve it. The LGSs that do more than just 40k haven't really talked about it. So, like, maybe it's kind of cool, but maybe the publishers are kind of the, like, let me throw it out in the world and then that's it kind of people, which a lot are. A lot of publishers are very much the, well, we'll make it, we'll put it out, and then if it becomes more, then that's cool. At the very least, it doesn't look like a big IP. That has screwed over so many good games so far. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. There's, what was it? It was an X-Wing. There was a tabletop game that was sort of like Star Wars themed, I want to say in the X-Wing fighting style. Kind of like the naval, like space naval battles, stuff like that. And everyone loved it. This game was huge. It took off a lot, and it started getting like a lot of tournaments and like big events and stuff going for it. Very similar to how the grassroots of 40k grew to what it is now. So people were really excited about the X-Wing game. And then the company behind it was like, we're all glad you liked the game. We're shutting it down. Because it's the Star Wars IP, and it probably cost them a ton of money to do anything with. Like, every expansion, every push for a new type of something probably cost way too much versus what they were getting back. And that kind of sucks. So Conflict 47 being kind of its own thing, it could work. They just gotta be good as a company at like getting events going, getting people hyped about playing and meeting new players. Or if you have a local group that's really looking to get into it, then yeah, get into it. And don't really care about traveling or doing events if you've just got friends locally who are willing to play. Because tabletop strategy games, man, you're putting in like work. Collecting, painting, building, learning the strategies, keeping up with rules updates. You're putting in effort. So hopefully everyone's just like cool with playing it. Bolt Action I heard a lot of good stuff about, but I also know a bunch of like LGS stores that carried Bolt Action didn't really get communities to grow around it, so they moved away from it. I heard Bolt Action did really well though for the like World War II reproduction scene. But then again, that scene's a very special scene. The type of people who will yell at you for painting a tank a certain way because at no point in time in history did the team or the faction that used it ever paint it in that style. Like, God forbid you use German colors on a Russian tank. Which is why I prefer, completely fantastical stuff. Although 40k, not all that different at times. The amount of people who will look at a paint scheme and be like, that's not perfect. That's not how that faction's supposed to look. Cool, bro. No, yeah, Lord of the Rings game. Tons of people play that. Just not here. That's how some of these games are. Sometimes you have to make your own local scene, like maybe leave some flyers somewhere and be like, hey, who wants to maybe start up a conflict 47 scene here? Maybe we can, have some fun. Who else is interested? Just check, see who's got interest. Go from there. Because maybe there's a bunch of people who were debating doing it, but because they didn't know anyone doing it, then they didn't purchase it. Which, that's the worst. If there's a game out there that you're like, I want to play this, but you just can't find people for it, then you just don't purchase it. But consider the chance that there's like 10 to 20 other people going through exactly what you're going through in the exact same place you're going through it in. And if at any moment you all like saw each other in the store, you'd be like, oh shit, we should do this. We should go all in on this game. All it would take is just a little push, a little recognition. And then you guys are playing games you actually enjoy. Yeah, but you can't forget, even in like LGS discords, we're still nerds. We're not going to say anything half the time. We're just going to assume like, this discord's only for people who like Magic the Gathering, so I'm not even going to bring it up. Meanwhile, Timmy and Billy are sitting there staring at a game they want to play. But they just don't know. They don't know if they'll ever find that group. The mystical group of people who want to play with them. No, yeah. Huge mixed bag. Ugh. I knew these were gonna suck. Frickin' gold strings. The moment I glued them on, I was like, I'm not gonna have a fun time. We're just doing the flats today. The gold that I do is like 4-tone. We're actually going to be doing non-metallic gold. Just because since my Emperor's Children are so adamantly about like this glow effect and the built-in lighting, usually if you apply actual metals to that, it doesn't look good. Because metals will then react to the lighting in the room, which throws off the feel of the lighting on the model. So I kind of forced myself to do non-metallic metal with these. Normally I try to do like a half non-metallic, where I get like a baseline color down, usually with a contrast or something. And then I'll do like edge highlights using the metallic so that it's not overpowering. But even that didn't work with this. I tested that. And it just didn't look good. So these are going to be gems. I think maybe we actually do these as studs. So close to being done the wires. We just gotta do the studs on the back. Slightly fix up the horn up here where I missed putting black down. We gotta get moving. There's a little bit of a disconnect here, which I'm not happy about, because I was pretty sure I glued it. Goddamn, bro. Which sword you order? Game of Thrones replica, Zelda replica. I feel like a lot of replicas are, at this point, mass-produced. Was it bent because of the delivery, or was it bent because of the product? Like, is it a cosplay sword, like a 3D print, multi-part? Ah. Yeah, I bought a katana at a convention once. And then a couple small blades. And you can feel the cheapness. Then again, for like $80, what are you expecting? It's crazy though that it was bent. Let's get the back side of these studs together. Alright. Let me fix up that horn. And flats are pretty much done, at least the first pass at them. I might have to do some corrective stuff eventually. But yeah. Pale skin in the middle, getting slightly warmer to the outside, and then slightly dull purple around the upper edge for a bruising effect. Crank this for you guys. A little bit. There you go. The purple baseline on the fabric hanging. There's always correctionary stuff that we could do over time, I guess. But that's kind of what this first pass is all about. Getting the basics down. The gemstoning will come later. Should be good. Might continue this tomorrow, maybe a little bit later in the week, it depends. Good to get the airbrush done, and good to get at least this startup done. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. I'm hungry. Hopefully the sword thing resolves for you. That'd be nice. Sounds like it's already on the way, though, so that's good. We'll have to see what's next for this. Till next time, guys. Later.